Welcome to the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. We have 10 boats racing. It's the latest we've ever raced a World Championship in November on the Bay of Palma. Really anything could happen in terms of weather. It's the closest fleet we've ever had. 10 boats racing, but 5 or 6 of them have a good chance of winning the World Championship. And it's also the pinnacle event of the season, the decider who will win the 52 Super Series 2021. We have live streaming every day, all the action from the race course. Join us. Well, we do have live streaming every day, and here we are. Welcome back to Palma, to the Bay of Palma, the Rail Club Nautico de Palma, and it's day 2 of racing. We had a good day yesterday, got in 2 good races, and Phoenix, the South African team, coming away with 2 good wins. We're joined today in the studio by a special treat, Tor Tomlinson with us, our on-the-water commentator. Tor, great job yesterday and a great day for Phoenix.
Yes, thank you. It's nice to be out of the cold. Yeah, it was a great day for Phoenix, 2 bullets for them, and excited to see if they can pull it out of the bag again today.
Indeed. Let's have a look back at yesterday. I say 2 wins for the Phoenix team. Well, race 1 is very light on the start line. The breeze is only about 6 knots, but a good start from Phoenix. Quite punchy off the line. Allegra and Gladiator also good in the start line. The top markets, Phoenix leading from Gladiator, Allegri and Berenasek. Berenasek jibe early down the first run, go out to the left. They get up to second at the bottom mark. And at the top mark, Berenasek are leading at the windward mark second time up. At the finish, so it's Phoenix with Berenasek second, very, very close, and then Platoon get through for third.
Pretty crazy conditions out there, big shifts and bit of luck for sure. Sometimes we're in the middle of a few boats and we just got this dream little lane of pressure and sort of punched away from everyone. The guys were sailing really well. We were fast upwind and yeah, it's first day out of 5, so we've got a long way to go.
Second race, well, more breeze this time, 8 or 9 knots. Once again, a good start by Phoenix is notable. Platoon pretty solid up the first leg. At the top mark is Phoenix. Platoon second, Sled third. That's the order all the way around the race until we get down to the final run. Phoenix move clear. Platoon have got a little bit of a dilemma. They have to try and cover Interlodge on one side, Sled on the other, and they lose Sled, who get second. And Platoon just get third. It's extremely close on the finish line with a photo finish with Interlodge.
Very shifty day. Everything could happen. If it was 2 third places, could be very happy. We're still in the hunt, so it's a long week.
So the standings after 2 races, Phoenix on 2 points, Platoon on 6 points, Sled on 9, and Quantum Racing also on 9. Well, there you go, Phoenix, I say, with 2 wins. So, Tor, very much the same kind of pattern as yesterday. We've had 2 fronts with a little bit of a rain coming through in the early morning. It's looking good for this afternoon, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking good. There's a bit more breeze than yesterday and potential for some big puffs coming down, so it could be some exciting racing. And
maybe 12, 15 knots, I believe?
Yeah, I actually saw up to 20 in a couple of the models, so they might be sending it.
And as I say, Phoenix doing very well, really, with the impetus, good, strong speed and tactics yesterday. Tom Slingsby back with the team. There was with Ed Baird in Mahon last month, but Tom's back with the team. A sailor who's very much on the roll at the moment. Yeah, very much so. And it was amazing watching them out on the race course yesterday. They just seemed to have a little click more speed than the rest of the boats, which we saw on both the downwind legs in particular. Indeed. Now, we caught up with the Phoenix team in particular. I would say a very strong South African team. You'll have noticed in the lives yesterday these South African flag socks, which are the lucky emblems for them. Big support back home. We spoke with Paul Wilcox, and he gave us a real insight, took us behind the curtain with the Phoenix team. So, Paul, a great start for you guys in the Phoenix team. Where do you go from here?
It's easy to go backwards from here, but yeah, we just, we're going to keep going and ticking the boxes like we did yesterday. That's all we can do is just keep doing our job and hoping those 50-50 sort of intersections go our way and yeah, hopefully not too far backwards from here.
What's the strengths of the team? You seem to be fast upwind in particular.
Yeah, I think we seem to be one of the quicker boats in the fleet upwind. Well, I mean, certainly that's what we're hearing around the the paddock. I'm pretty happy with that because I'm quite heavily involved with that.
Give us a little bit of an insight where your strength is there. Where does it come from? Without giving away too many secrets.
I think the biggest thing I think is how our speed team, so myself, Tony, Truby, work together. You know, we have nice clear comms and we know the changes we want to make and when we want to make them, and it feels like our transitions through the gusty stuff and the shifts and that sort of stuff is going pretty well. And also, so I forgot about Rodney in that, our runner man. He's doing a really good job at the back of the boat, you know. So, just that trim loop, keeping everything open and honest, and, everyone's happy to take, a little reminder from everyone else. You know, Rodney goes, oh, we can handle some more rake, or we could probably go rake forward or something like that, and if I'm, talking to Tony a little bit too much or something like that and I forget to check that area, then Rodney's on top of me and Truby's on top of me, so it's a good loop and we're all working really well together, and just happy with our sail package. We've done a nice job of just refining that and making sure everything's working really well together, which I think is the main aim. Right?
How much have you developed since the beginning of the season? Because it's been a very compact season, a lot of pressure.
Well, we haven't done anything from Cape Town. We actually don't have any new sails from Cape Town, which is probably not a good thing for North Sails, which is what it is. But we're happy with our sail package. So it's more about preserving what we had new in Cape Town, and that's what we've done well through the season. We haven't used all of our sails, and now we're using the newest sails that we have. So happy with the package and working with what we have to do the best we can.
Talk to us a little bit about the South African pride and passion. It's a very strong South African team, isn't it?
I mean, we've got this year the most South Africans we've had on the boat, and it's. I mean, you got to thank Tina, Tony, and Hasso obviously for putting this all together and giving us a platform to go sailing on, because it's not the easiest fleet in the world to get involved in, and this is where everyone wants to be racing. And we like to prove ourselves, we don't always have the easiest way forward when it comes to Olympics and that sort of stuff, because of the, little things like we're not the wealthiest country in the world, and also the, our money doesn't go that far in Europe. So, this is, they've given us a really nice platform to show people that we're not that bad at sailing, and I'd like to think that we're doing that with a bit of help from a lot of other people, and we're learning from a lot of other really good people along the way. Like Ed Baird helped us in the beginning, gave us a really good basis to learn from, and I think from there we just seem to be getting better and better and building a nice team, and everyone seems pretty happy. A
lot of support from home, from what we see on social media and everything else.
Yeah, heaps. Some of the guys were joking yesterday. We're starting to get some new friends that we haven't spoken to in a long time. So, I mean, that's awesome. It's great, and that's the nice thing about the platform and the work that you guys are doing. Spreading the word and making sure that everyone is seeing what's happening, which is good.
And the socks are vital.
The socks are vital. We had a discussion at the last regatta on the way out. Tony gave us a heads up that there was some new. I was the only one on the boat yesterday not wearing the same ones as everyone else. But yeah, we got a pair actually to give to Lars, because I know he's got a connection with South Africa. He was involved back in the day, and but I don't know where he is. He's hiding away from us.
He's busy, but we'll make sure he gets them. We'll do an official presentation. Talk to us a little bit about Tom Slingsby then. He's really fitted into the team nicely.
Yeah, Tom's come in. We actually were sort of unsure about what was going to happen with the program this year, because of obviously all the COVID stuff that was going on. And Tom was a late addition for us, and he's just slotted in really nicely. I think he fills in he's passionate, like some of the other guys on the boat,
And he's ginger.
Yeah, there's that, I said to him after yesterday's race, because he's one of his ways of getting rid of some of the rage is he does a lot of push-ups. And I said, well, you don't have to do that many push-ups. Yesterday he was like, we had a good day. And he's like, mate, us gingers we're angry. You've got to get rid of the rage somehow. So I suspect he may have done extra push-ups yesterday. But no, it's good. It's working well. He's locked into the team nicely. He's working well with Cam, and Tony. And it's hopefully we can move forward and keep working with him.
Good stuff. Let's just bring Cam in if we don't mind. Cam, come and join us. Oh, crikey. Where's your socks? More to the point.
My socks, I've got my older socks today.
Good. Now listen, talk to us about this team then. You seem to be the steadying influence, I think, and the voice of experience.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'm just the old guy that kicks around. Well, I guess interesting. I've been here involved with the team from almost from the beginning. Bit of coaching, doing tactics, now doing strategy. It's an awesome group. The team's been pretty solid now for the last little while, which I think, like we see with all the teams, the more continuity you can get, it helps, So we're going fast. Paul's doing a great job with the trim loop. Being consistently fast now around the course, which makes Tom and my job way easier.
And Tom was saying he runs everything through you. You're the kind of the sounding board, if you like.
Well, I guess that's just a normal tactician strategy. It's nice to, I think, be able to share the load. And if we're both agreeing on things, it's an easy decision for him. At the end of the day, the responsibility of the decisions ends up on his shoulders. So if we're both agreeing, it's good. And if I am not so sure, maybe it helps him to think about it a bit more.
What's the general strategy for today then, being in your position?
Oh, the position on the scoreboard doesn't make any difference for us today. Day 2 of a 5-day regatta, we just go out and do the best job we can. We make sure we're going fast, try and get off the start line well, and get to the top mark in reasonable shape and take it from there. It's try to keep it simple.
Indeed, Cameron Dunn saying trying to keep it simple, sticking to the process is always the watchwords, whether you're on top or a little bit further down the table. But Phoenix with these 2 good wins yesterday. Interesting, when we had Guillermo Parada with us yesterday, he was saying that as of now, then they tend to have a little bit more of a target on their backs. Nobody will be giving anything away to Phoenix as of now. But the pattern, as I say, is very much the same as it was yesterday. We've got a little bit of a delay. We're going to expect to go racing around about 1:30, so join us then. Watch on social media, and as ever, if you've got any questions for any of our experts, do post them on social media, and we'll try and answer them live over the course of today or the next few days. Join us soon. Welcome to the Rolex TP52 World Championship. We have 10 boats racing. It's the latest we've ever raced a World Championship in November on the Bay of Palma. Really anything could happen in terms of weather. It's the closest fleet we've ever had. 10 boats racing, but 5 or 6 of them have a good chance of winning the World Championship. And it's also the pinnacle event of the season, the decider who will win the 52 Super Series 2021. We have live streaming every day, all the action from the race course. Join us. Welcome back to our live TV today from the race course. We're here in Palma, joined once again by Guillermo Parada, the president of the 52 Super Series for 3.5 years, and also, of course, the original champion from 2019 from Azura, skipper and project manager. So, Guille, what are we going to be seeing today? We're hearing there's 18 knots of breeze on the racecourse. That's probably as much as we've had this season.
Yeah, hello, Andy, how are you? Yeah, completely different conditions today. Yesterday we had those 7 knots shifted. Today we have northwesterly, which is not a usual wind direction here. 18 knots, lot of squalls. We had rain like 10-15 minutes ago, but looks like the conditions are settled for a good day of racing, so looking forward to it.
But blowing offshore, so shifty but flat water.
Yeah, that's it. But also there's a lot of fronts coming from the west also, so it will be shifting and fighting. So it's looking very interesting, and as I said, not a very normal or not a very usual wind direction here. So it's looking challenging. I really would like to know what the tacticians are thinking and the strategies.
That was my next question. But yeah, I mean, how do you set up for a day like this after yesterday? And it's a whole different ball game in 18-20 knots of breeze, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And my feeling is that conditions are going to be very unsteady. Yesterday we have shifts, but normally you had to look for a corner or look for a side and bet on that side. Today I think it's going to be more like playing the shift a bit more, 18 knots, so at least we'll have the pressure. At least on the beats. On the beats, a difference of 2 or 3 knots of wind speed doesn't make a big difference in terms of boat speed. I mean, these boats are trailing at, let's say, 9.3, 9.5s. In 16 to 18 knots doesn't make any change. Downwind, of course, you get a 2-3 knot puff and you go 2-3 knots quicker. That's where the wind speed makes a big difference, but upwind it's going to be about playing the shifts, and I think that today is going to be shifty, so I can expect many tacks today.
You'd rather be here today or rather be out there?
Well, with the rain I prefer to be here. With the breeze I prefer to be there.
Guille, thank you very much. Let's have a quick look at the standings then. As we all know then, 2 wins yesterday for the South African team on Phoenix. They're top of the table by 4 points ahead of Platoon. Platoon solid yesterday, 2/3 for 6 points. Sled 7 and 2 for 9. Quantum Racing for 4 and 5 for 9. Nothing but in it really with a 2 and an 8 for Brenesek on 10 points. Code Zero, pretty solid day for them, 2 6s considering their debut into the circuit. And then we're having a quick look at the overall standings for the circuit just now. Well, Phoenix, with these 2 wins, take the lead overall in the series with 4 days of racing left. Platoon 2 points behind, a point behind them, Sled and Quantum Racing locked together on the same points tally, 53, 58 for Allegra. Not such a good day yesterday for Allegra, especially that second race. Brenesek in 6th, Provetza 7th, Interlodge in 8th, and Gladiator in 9th. So that's the overall standings. Now, Geisha, yesterday we finished. You were saying that there'd be no quarter given to the Phoenix today. They've set out their stall with 2 wins. Is that going to be an issue for them today, or do you think they'll be given the opportunity, or because it's shifty, will they just be able to sail their own race?
I think that the conditions are going to be helping them a little bit, because with these shifty conditions, you cannot look for one boat in specifically. So you need to be in phase with the breeze. So that's an advantage to Phoenix. But obviously, whoever has the opportunity to give them a little help, for sure,
the operative word.
for sure, they will get some help from at least from Platoon, Quantum, and Sled. So
because they're a threat now. Right?
So yeah, of course. So those 4 boats are very, very tight. So now I'm wearing my Azurra Cup, which is the current champion.
And
now we have the Phoenix socks that they won yesterday, so we'll see which T-shirt that we're using by the end of this week. But it's certainly looking very interesting.
Good, Guiche. Anyway, listen, I spoke with a couple of sailors before we went on the water, specifically with Greg Gundell from the Quantum team, and also we had a very quick word with Simon Fry. Not such a good day in the Preveza, but he's pretty positive.
Honestly, shocking. Yeah, we were a little bit unlucky in the first race. Had a decent start, sailed a really good first half of the first beat. Got the wrong side at the top. Last place, tough fleet, tough environment. Second race, OCS, went back, started, 10 seconds, 15 seconds late, recovered to a 7 or an 8, I can't even remember. Boat's going well, Santi's sailing well. Yesterday, shocking day.
Today's another day.
100%.
I mean, you guys are good at picking yourselves up.
I think you have to be in this sport. You've got to reset, press the button, and then just get on with it. Today, you've seen the weather, shifty, up and down. Pressure's going to be anything from 5 to 25. Just got to deal with it.
What's the process then in that respect? In terms of the debrief and as you say, getting a little bit of positivity again.
Well, I think. You've seen all the boats doing their lineups. There's very, very little difference in the speed. So essentially, it's a true one design fleet. The boats go the same speed. You've just got to start well, have good strategy, make sure you don't make any mistakes on the boat handling. In terms of the reset and the ability to go again, I don't think it's that difficult.
It was a tough day out there. It was shifty and puffy, narrow veins of wind, and we ended up with a 4-5, which for day one, we'll take that because it certainly could have been worse.
What's your kind of balance then looking towards the end of the season? It's pretty close.
It's super close. And the rest of the regatta I think is going to be tricky also. It's going to be puffy and shifty, and it's going to be a tough event all the way to the end. So for us, we just have to try to sail consistent, which won't be easy, but that's the goal.
You're always looking at the scores.
We keep an eye on it. For sure, but it should average itself out at the end. So the best team will win, and hopefully that's us. But it's going to be hard.
So Guiche, then Greg Gundell, they're talking about the scores, watching the scores all the time. They're a team with a pretty solid day. We're just looking coming into the towards the start. How's it looking for you?
Yeah, I think that they are already on the pre-start procedure. They are. I don't have the timing, but should be like 2 minutes to 2:30 to go. We don't have the live TV images yet, so I expecting them to be starting at 1:35. And regarding Greg's, obviously you always sail with the points in the back of your mind. So every time you are having a good result, you are looking where your rivals are, just to have an idea of how much you need to risk and how much you need to bet. It's all about administrating the risk in this fleet. So if you're having a good result, maybe you lower the risk a little bit. If you know that the points are not with you, you need to bet a little bit more. So it's
indeed. Let's go to Tor Tomlinson on the water. Tor, it looks good from where we are. You've got a good breeze. It looks good.
Yes, Andy, it's a totally different day out here today. The wind's coming in off the land. It's shifty and very puffy. We've seen some 20-knot puffs coming down. It's a little bit lighter now for this start, but yeah, it's shaping up to be a good one. I think there's about a minute to go, and they're all tussling in there already.
How's it looking in terms of which way you would want to go up this beat? Any ideas?
I love the left, Andy, but it's coming off the land today, so I think it could be the right. It looks like they're all towards the committee boat end at the moment, so there's not so many of them fighting down here by the pin.
So, Guiche, we've got less than 30 seconds to go. We're looking from the pin end of the line. We can see Preveza heading up towards the committee boat end. Foreground here, I think that's...
Code 0 on the left.
Code 0, yeah. Go on.
Also, sled set up for a good start on the left. They are giving space to Quantum now, and then Preveza and Bronenosek on the right, and then Platoon, Quantum and sled very well set up for the left. So pin end now.
Gun goes. Looks like a decent start from Code Zero, assuming they're not over?
Yeah. Code Zero had a good start, sled the same. I saw Bronenosek about to tack on the start. I don't know what happened to them. Looks like they crossed ahead of Provenza. Probably they wanted the right and they wanted bad. So they start on the committee and they tack straight away. So it's probably a big lefty at the moment, and that's why Vasco decided to go to the right. These conditions is very hard because many times you have a big lefty, so the pin is favored. But if somehow you don't have a good start and you cannot cross quick, you lose the face, and you have the advantage of the start, but you miss the first shift and you are in trouble straight away. So there's the two options. You go for the bias and hope that the fleet will tack quick, which seems to be the case. I mean, both Quantum and Sled were able to tack pretty soon, or you go to or you take the right and tack soon and make sure you're on face from the very beginning.
Indeed. Seeing that not a good start then from Phoenix. Phoenix seemed to be a boat length behind the line, Tor.
Yeah, it wasn't a great one for Phoenix there. I really liked Code Zero's start there, actually. They narrowly missed the pin, but are looking quite strong out here on the left.
So just looking at it again, Geisha, just watching Code Zero here on the foreground. We can't see, we can just see the back of Phoenix's mainsail there, just appearing through just didn't seem to have pace off the line.
For sure, Phoenix had a bad start. They were like two lengths late. Code Zero nearly got tangled with the pin.
He likes to live dangerously.
But they were able to miss it. And right now, it's as we said, if the breeze comes, goes lefty, Code Zero is in really good shape. If they are indeed on a lefty and the breeze goes back to the right, then Bronenosek will have a chance. We'll see how things develop over the next few minutes. We'll have the answer for that. Also, it will depend on the breeze. I mean, if we have more breeze on the left, more breeze on the right. But as we said, the differences in this wind speed, they are not as big. We can see that the mainsails are just hanging in there. They have a little bit of backwind. That means that the jibs are inside the mainsail a little bit. That's normally when you are in the 16 to 18 knot range. So looks like the breeze is nice. We have the Bronenosek camera here. We'll see Sicho is probably easing the up and down a little bit to flatten the jib, make a little bit more twist on the head sail and let the mainsail get full. As we said, the Bronenosek mainsail was mainly blowing, having a little bit of backwind in the middle stripe, the one which is on top of the numbers. So in order to make the sail full, you need to twist the jib a little bit, and that's what Sicho just did with their jib.
Indeed, the wind axis for this beat is 340. So just to the west of north, they're racing pretty much across the bay, I think.
Yeah, it's 340 is offshore breeze for sure. Yeah. I don't know if the camera is showing the right angles, but looks like Code Zero it's
lifting a little bit, eh?
Yeah, it's hanging in there, but they didn't have the lefty they had at the beginning. If the virtual is right, or if the wind direction that is fixed on the virtual is right, looks like the right is coming back, and then Bronenosek will have a chance. So for sure here you want to be one of the two corners. If I have to put my money on now, I will say the right, but as many other times I may be wrong.
No, of course not. But a little question in passing. Phoenix had that day yesterday. We're all talking to them. We're all talking about them. Does that add extra pressure to them, do you think? Does it get to their heads a little bit, one way or another, positively or negatively? That was certainly not a good start.
Yeah, I think that one thing is being in contention. The other thing is being the leader. So yeah. having the T-shirt of the leader, it's a little bit of weight on your shoulders. Everybody started looking at you, and then you need to be able to deal with that pressure.
Yeah.
As we said,
You've been in that situation many times.
yeah, and that's why my back is so is so down. Yeah, but it's a nice pressure to have. It's not real. It's just a sporting pressure that you need to. You need to know how to deal with it and to live with it. But obviously, pressure is
a privilege.
Pressure is something different. I mean, pressure is having to feed your children.
Exactly. As Vasco always says, pressure is working in a shop and, as you say, trying to make a buck and feed your kids.
So as we said, the righty came back on. Broneno stuck on starboard. Most of the fleet stuck on starboard, and Broneno is having a nice lead at the moment. So everybody in the lead is back on starboard tack. So as we said, the phases are very important with the ships, and Vasco was able to start on the committee. He gave away the bias of the line, but he was on port straight away. So he got the most of the lefty, and now he's the first one getting the benefit from the right. If this debris stays on that righty, for sure he will be in a good position at the first mark. But the other difference in these conditions is that you are always molding. Yeah. When the ships are so big, you are never actually BMGing. You are not doing the best BMG of the boat. You are most of the times you are or high and slow, or you are going fast mode. When you are on a big lift, in the conditions that Vasco is now, that he has most of his competition, or he feels that he's on a right, he's probably footing a little bit. So he's probably going fast quicker, and low to get the most out of that jib, of the shift. Whenever the lefty comes back, he will be able to get first on BMG and then consider if he wants to tack or not.
So he's dictating that as he goes, or is that just with him and Morgan, or what's the dynamic and the communication?
The tactician always is calling for the mode. So he says BMG, fast mode or high mode, and he normally explains. Normally he gives you a target speed number. So if let's imagine that the target is 9.3, he says I want to be selling 9.5 or 9.7s. If he wants to go high mode, he says 8 to 9 is a good target to me at this stage. So the tactician will dictate you which mode he wants you to go according to the shift you have and according to your position related to the fleet or to your main oppositions.
So a more challenging day for Code Zero, this team not sailed in these conditions, really. And as you say, when you're talking about moding, they really haven't found that yet.
Yeah, if you see,
they will have targets, but
the good example is you saw in Code Zero, the jib trimmer is with the legs in. For sure, it's a lot of breeze to be hiking. But they elected, you see the jib trimmer there, he was with the legs in to be able to continuously make adjustments to the sails related to the puffs or to the ship. So you see the jib trimmer is continuously working, and it takes a lot more work of communication and to adjusting the sails and adjusting the modes compared to the other ones. Now that Vasco's competitions is on the other side, is on the right, I'm sure that he will be back again on BMG mode, trying to stay as high as he can compared to them. So in case a righty comes, he's not so at risk. So I'm sure he will be once again being on the breeze at the moment.
Allegri looking quite good, I think, out on the right side, aren't they?
Allegri is the one on the far right, probably. Yeah, it's a little bit early to know, and they are a little bit too far on the right. So in these unsteady conditions, you want
options.
Yeah, you want to be as close to the middle of the course as possible, unless you are in a big shift. So imagine a beat. A normal beat is 7 and 7 minutes, and if you are 5 and 2 to one of the leylands, if you are in a neutral wind direction, you go towards the middle. So you play a lot with the geometry in these conditions to keep your options open in case you hit a new big shift. So Vasco again on a lefty now. You can see the whole fleet tacking. So he's taking advantage of that. But Vasco comes from Trieste where they have offshore breeze also many times. So he's good at playing those shifts, and so far he's leading the fleet by a good margin. Let's see how Phoenix is able to recover from this one, and if, as you said, the pressure is making a lot of weight on them or not.
Just on board momentarily with sled out on this left side with, you'd imagine, a little lefty, but mid-fleet at best just now for sled. But putting a little bit of a claim on the left just now, Guiget.
Yeah, the lefty so far has not been paying. As we know, Vasco is lean by hitting the right, and now Alegre looks to be getting into the top positions also by positioning themselves to the right. You can see how Gladiator, Platoon, and then Quantum, they all tag simultaneously to the right now. They were engaged, so if Gladiator didn't tag, neither Platoon could tag, and if Platoon didn't tag, Quantum couldn't tag. So once Gladiator allowed them to tag, the three of them tag immediately now. So it's an interesting battle. I think that Vasco won't cover Alegre a lot because that's a boat that they need in the middle, and as we said before the program, Alegre had a tough day yesterday, so they need to get back on track as soon as they can today. So this is a result that they need to get back in contention.
Platoon looking pretty solid in, I think, in third or fourth just now, and going quick. Nice positioning, and but once again battling with Quantum. What was Vasco's feedback yesterday, Guiget?
Well, he was satisfied with the first race, but he said they miss a phase on the second race. They start on the left. A lefty came and they were blocked, and they couldn't tag to the right, and they missed the first shift. And that once they missed the phase shift, they were forced to go to the left, and they ran out of breeze, and then they didn't play their options very well on the runs, and they paid that dearly with the 8th place. He was upset with himself also because at some stage they were 6, and a lesson that we learned very in the hard way in the past with Azurra is in this fleet, when you are 6, you need to make sure that at least you finish 6th, and in any case 5th. I mean, you need to gain 1 point at a time, one position, one boat at a time. If you try to risk and go for a big win, you can lose even more, and that's what Vasco was upset with himself yesterday, because they were coming in 6th and they finished 8th, and that's 2-3 points that extra they lost, and that could be very costly at the end. So unfortunately, that's a lesson that we know, that it's a mistake that sometimes you repeat.
Indeed, because points in this circuit this year are so much more at the premium with fewer races over the course of the 3 regattas we're having. Looking at Gladiator 6th or 7th, they had some great moments yesterday, Guiget, but struggled in that second race. I mean, that was just a little bit of an error going to the left. Yeah, they were playing the left a little bit too hard on the second bit on that first race, and they ran out of phase and ran out of breeze. So that's one of the risks that you have in days like yesterday. Now Vasco is in a tough spot because he has Proveza on his right, and Alegre now a little bit to the left. He will have to decide which side he will have to cover if he decides to cover, or instead he keeps looking at the compass and looking at the shifts, which so far I think is the best thing you can do. Obviously you play the geometry, you are in the last quarter of the bit, so
So geometry and hitting the boats that are closer to you make a big difference. But with these unsteady conditions and with these shifts so big, trying to avoid tacks and play the shifts is big. So they are on starboard lane, it looks like, because they were just across the offset mark, and now they are approaching the top mark in a solid position.
Privet's having a better beat. It's going to be interesting to see whether how Allegra and Quantum seems to be ducking a little bit just now.
Quantum is stuck in platoon, I think.
Allegra tacking in there nicely. I think probably will come round the top mark in second.
Mm-hmm. So Quantum is stuck in both platoon and Provezza now.
So Brennan, a sec round the top mark with the lead. They led 1 mark yesterday. Reasonably solid lead. A good first beat from Allegra. Coming around in second. Which way are we going down this run, Gage?
Now, as I said before the start, you need to look for the prix. I mean, you cannot
get away from the mark with pressure.
Unless you are in a big shift, you need to look for pressure, because in this 15, 18 knot range, 2-3 knots of wind speed makes a lot of difference. But Vasco is doing a Sandokan, so it's a jibe set. They are jibing at the top mark. It's an expensive maneuver because you pay straight away.
Because you go through the lee of the other boats.
And also you go through the wind shadow. But yeah. Alegre also made the Sandokan, Platoon also made the Sandokan, and Proves is also set up for the Sandokan. Every is set for the Sandokan, so it looks like
right face breeze.
They are a big righty, so the wind shift is prevailing over the other stuff. So they are ready to pay that price. So whenever everybody else makes a Sandokan, as the leader boat, you feel a little bit of relief, because it's at least everybody's following me and I'm not at danger so far. The only one going straight looks to be Interloch. We are to a stage on the fleet where some of the boats start to take some options, because they are so far back that they are ready to assume some risks, and that's what Interloch is doing now.
They seem to have come away in pressure though, haven't they?
Yeah, looks like they are in good breeze. Strange that they lower the jib straight away, because in 16, 17 knots, normally you decide to surf the first wave with the jib, and once you are settled, then you drop the jib and go for the staysail. And if the breeze is 18 or more, you leave the jib up. These guys, they decided to drop the jib straight away, which is weird in a normal set. If you are doing a Sandokan, of course, you drop the jib if you are going to change for the staysail. But if you are doing a normal better way set, you normally leave the jib up for the first wave, and then you decide. Interesting to see that Phoenix, even being at the back of the fleet, they decided to follow and do the jibe set. So they are carrying on the game, and they are waiting for a best opportunity or a better opportunity later on.
As I said, Privet's having a better race so far. Up there in fourth, a good boat downwind in these conditions.
Provezza has the ability of going well. I mean, they proved in the past they can win races, they can win regattas. It's a sign of their history to be a little bit inconsistent, and as well as they can win races, they can have very bad ones. So the day they are able to find a good balance and try to avoid the shockers, they will be for sure a very strong team. They have the potential, they have the speed, they have the resources, but so far they fail to keep that consistency. As we said, Phoenix decided to keep the jib on, while Sled in front of them it's with the staysail. 16, 17 knots is normally is normally the crossover. 16, 17 knots, the staysail is a little bit quicker, but you pay the maneuver of dropping the jib, hoisting the staysail, dropping the staysail, and rehoisting the jib. And that's also having at least 2 people on the bow for 1.5 minutes during the first change and another 1.5 minutes during the second change. So that's normally equals out with keeping the jib up in the range of 16, 17 knots. And more than 16 or 17, it's quicker to keep the jib up, and especially more than 20 because you have the J4, which is smaller and it's closer to what the staysail is. So when you have the J4, it's no doubt it's J4 up the whole day.
So nice images of Code Zero, Mark Blaze there on the helm. Very accomplished sailor in his own right, starboat sailor, and going back, a Finn sailor. Races regularly on Jethu, the Maxi.
Very enthusiastic sailor also, for sure. And a long-time friend with Mark Mendenblad, who is always with him.
Fishing.
And he kept a couple of guys of the boat, of the original crew of the boat, so the CEO Huracan, that I can see hanging there on the rail, Dodo, and the first one, they are regular team members of the boat, so at least they have people who know the boat and know how to operate and know what to fix if something fails. Well, interesting to see if their gamble to the right is paying or not, because they are obviously very, very far away from everyone else. They are doing roughly the same speed of on the other side, maybe a little bit more sometimes. So it could be that they have a bit more breeze. But obviously, if I have to choose one boat at the moment, I will keep by being Bronenosek at the moment. They are in the middle left, but they are in control of most of their opposition, obviously.
It'll be interesting to watch how Allegri and Platoon play out. Platoon more on the right, looking downwind, Allegri out on the left. And correspondingly, Provetz on the left and Quantum Racing on the right.
You need to also look for lanes, right?
Yeah.
You need to, with this breeze, you need to make sure that you have a clear lane that you can sail your boat at full speed for the whole time. I think that Allegri is a little bit uncomfortable situation because Provetz is close to their wind, so they know that they have to be coming a little bit hot in order to keep the average wind angle in front of Provetz. And also, if a righty comes, as a lift comes, then Provetz is even closer to their breeze. So they are a little bit on the corner. And as I said again, Vasco is clear now, and they are able to do what they do and what they want, and they have their options open to make their own choices, which is very important with this shifty breeze.
At a lead of round about 200 metres. And things changing, I think, behind them perhaps.
Looks like Quantum is jibing now to the left. So they are sailing away from Platoon. And they are going into Gladiator zone. So we'll see if they are able to cross them or not.
And as you say, every point is precious. Phoenix chipping away, taking a couple of places. And they've been pretty quick down this run as well.
Yesterday they were performing very good, but we all know it today. It's a different story, and what was quick yesterday could be very different today. Bronenosek is drop already the staysail. They are preparing to hoist the jib. That's the price that they paid for having their staysail up. Could be expensive in these conditions, but they decided it was worth. So far they are having a good race, and as we said, Allegri is just holding Provetz behind their apparent wind angle, and we will see if Provetz is able to overtake them before the bottom mark or not. last jibe for Bronenosek, no jib, and hoist after the jibe, so they can set up to have a clear maneuver. And now it's the next decision is which mark. So obviously, if you are on a righty, Vasco will go to the left-hand mark, looking downwind. If you are on a lefty, you will go to the other one. They are aiming to the middle of the gate at the moment.
Allegri coming in quite hot though.
Very safe early with a lot of time drop for Bronenosek, and they are going to the right-hand mark. They are jibing and heading to the left. So that's probably mean that the shift is on that side. As we said, Proveza looks to be able to overtake Alegre, and if they don't do it, they can go into the other mark, no problem. But looks like they broke the overlap, and then they will go to the left mark in front of Alegre. So as we were telling during the run, Alegre was not able to hold their apparent wind angle in front of the Turkish boat, and then they lost that position to them. Platoon elects to go to the other mark. They have no option. And a very untidy drop for Proveza, unfortunately for them, is no risk because the spinnaker is under control, but for sure they don't have people hiking on the rail, and you can see that Alegre could turn behind them and hang in there. Now the very, very busy mark rounding, and as we can say, Phoenix gained a couple of places during that run. They were behind Sled, so they passed Quantum, Gladiator, and Sled. So a very, very good run for the leading boat. So looks like being patient and waiting for the best moment to make the attack and not sailing away from the fleet. Looked like it was a good decision made by Cameron Dunn and Tom Slingsby at the back of the South African team.
Just waiting to see how it settles down coming out of the mark. Still pretty solid just now for Bronenosek. Tor, how's it looking where you are? You're at the leeward gate, I guess.
Yes, we're at the leeward gate, just coming up on the left here below Phoenix and Gladiator. The wind's picked up a few knots, and it's looking quite nice out here on the left side of the course.
We're just seeing Phoenix setting up accordingly, Guige.
Phoenix, they are still tying up the boat after the gate. They are now preparing their tack. Now they are tacking back to the right. They extended a little bit to that corner. They wanted to go at least past Bronenosek line. You can see Juanpa Marcos clean the spinnaker halyard, which was behind the spreaders, to make sure that the maneuver is ready for the next turn. Morgan Trubovic adjusting the spinnaker sheet, making sure it's not going to the water. They have all the retrievers to make sure that all the extra rope is getting out of the way, making the final adjustment and go hiking.
Tell us about the retrievers, because not everybody knows how that works.
Basically, this boat, they have some kind of rollers inside with some bunches. So you pull a rope and the roller starts sucking all the slack of the spinnaker sheet. So, and put some tension on them. So you make sure they don't go back to the water. And when you pull, and you pull with some kind of strength, the retriever eases and the rope goes out. But you pull the rope again, and with the bunches, you make sure you keep it out of the water, which is basically what you do. Looks like the breeze shifted to the right again because Phoenix is tucking away again to the left, which is not a good sign for them. As we said, they extended a little bit, probably too much to the left at the beginning. So by the time they tuck, they are the further left boat of the fleet, and then if a small righty comes, you are at risk. So the righty came, and they were forced to tag, and now they really need a lefty to come back to get back to the middle of the course and at least to the middle of the race. Now they tag back to the right, and hopefully they have that, they get that lefty they were looking for. Otherwise, they will be in big trouble. So Vasco, as we were saying yesterday, he put the race on the freezer. I mean, he stopped the ball and make sure that if he can go controlling all of the opposition without doing too many.
So time to consolidate, really.
Yeah, a little bit, but they have Proveza on the far right.
Yeah.
That if a righty comes, the virtual is showing them pretty close. I don't think they are so as close as the virtual is showing, because otherwise, if Proveza was close to be leading, probably they will be on starboard and tagging, trying to consolidate that right. If they don't tag, it's because probably the right is not as big as the virtual is showing, and that's why they are all still on port tag. That's probably because the left is hanging a little more than what the virtual is showing. So I expect Vasco to be still more than 4 meters ahead of Proveza as the virtual is showing now. Not only Proveza, but Alegre should be tagging if they are really on a.
Yeah, of course.
If they are really on a righty, because for Alegre it will be a good opportunity to consolidate that gain, at least with platoon, and sail away from Proveza, which is close to on their dirtier. Another thing is, as you can see, Proveza and Alegre, if Proveza had a normal drop and a good tidy drop, Alegre would have never been able to hang in there. As they didn't have a good drop, they gave the opportunity to Alegre to be there and be a risky opposite, a risky rival for the race. And that's a kind of price that you paid many times, that a little mistake can be a big risk later on, because in that drop itself, they lost half a bit, but that was the half a bit big enough to let Alegre get there and hang in there for the whole bit. So instead of making make Alegre tack immediately to the left because they were on their shadow, they gave the opportunity to the other boat to hang in there, and that's one of those mistakes that many times they end up being very expensive.
But in the meantime, Platoon keeping it pretty solid, consistent, as is their watchwords a lot of the time.
Yeah, we know John Kostecki is very good at
playing the percentages, isn't he?
Yeah. So, but he knows that sometimes
he has to push the risk, doesn't he?
Yeah, what the situation requires, he needs to.
But at the moment, they're perhaps more looking at Quantum and what Quantum are doing, and their other kind of main rivals. I think they're looking mostly at the overall.
For sure, they are looking at the overall. They know that Phoenix is behind. They know that Quantum is behind, and they know that they don't need to assume more risk than what they are having at the moment. Brunner is in front, yes, but they are like
behind,
12. They are like 10 to 12 points behind. So for sure they are managing the scoreboard, and they are managing the race with all those variables in mind, and that's something that John Kostecki is probably one of the best at.
What do you know about them in terms of the relationship between Jordi and JK?
I think that they have a lot of respect for each other. Jordi needs no introduction. He is from Palma, so
but they're such different characters, aren't they?
Yeah, but Jordi is he's such a character. You were right, but he did the same position in Alinghi in the America's Cup. He was the whole day up the rig, and he was happy not not to have to interact with no one else than the tactician on the radio. So he was happy going up there and spending the whole day there. And he's also the sail designer of the boat, so he's a key player on that team, and he's one of the most valuable crew on that team. And I'm sure he's a very good help for John Kostecki to play his game.
So we're looking at Phoenix then. Don't seem to have managed to make anything from that position on the left.
So far, it's not looking very good. Remember that they rounded the bottom marking in front of Quantum and Sled, and those two boats are, according to the virtual, at least they are like 150 meters, almost 150 meters ahead of them. So the righty is proving to be strong once again, and you can see Bronenosek under a little bit of pressure from Provezza and Alegre on the right.
So certainly a little bit closer between Provezza and Bronenosek.
Yeah, for sure it is closer, but as we said, Vasco elected to tack before them instead of going to their line and covering that options. I'm almost sure they are on a righty face, so this is the best positioning for Provezza and Alegre. So if the lefty comes, Vasco or Bronenosek will extend a little bit back again. But so far the righty, I mean, many days the day is shifty, so you need to place the shift, but it has a trend. So far it's looking like it's a very shifty day with a right trend. So Upwind, at least the right was strong in both beats, and also it's confirmed by the fact that most of the fleet did the Sandokan on the run, and they gain on that side. So so it's a righty trend in a shifty day. You can see that the right, as we said 1 minute ago, they were on the righty face.
See, it's fading slightly, isn't it?
It's fading a little bit, so Bronenosek.
But it's also just pressure, isn't it? There's
Bronenosek is slowly
pressure, isn't it?
extending back a little bit from Provezza, but you can deny that Provezza and Alegre, they made some gains. But at the moment, Bronenosek is stretching back a little bit, and if they want, they could tack on their bow if they want. It looks like Vasco is deciding that positionally he wants to be there, or I don't know how far away from the ley lines they are. So he's positioning himself to make an even bigger gain. So it looks like Phoenix assumed they lost, and it's tacking back to the middle of the beat. They are taking Sled stern, which, as we said, they are making them a favor, and they tack in front of them. So, like we said before the race, if Phoenix was at a vulnerable position, most of their rivals, let's say Sled, Plateau, more Quantum, they were going to tack on them, and that's exactly what's happening. Phoenix is trying to get back on the back to the middle of the course, and Sled tack on them, and then as we saw, Platoon tack on Sled also. So they are covering each other and making sure that they gain as many points as they can with those boats. And now it's an interesting crossing between the three leaders. According to the virtual, Bronenosek is still in front, but the margin is a lot smaller, so they will probably have to tackle. No, it's a strange move by Vasco. They are tacking, and it's looking like Provezza is getting ready to tack, but they will cross. So change of leader. So Provezza and Alegre now leading. Alegre leading both of them. I will guess that Provezza will have to tack Alegre also. So that's an interesting
bit of a right
change.
shift.
Yep. So
I think in general the breeze is quite streaky as well, as you quite often find.
So probably Alegre will have to do a slam dunk, which is what they do. They just use the right of way to cross in front of your rival, but you tack straight away in order to cover them because the distance to the right lane line was very, very short. So they just cover them, and now they tack, and that was a nice slam dunk execution by Alegre. Broneno elects to tack, take both turns. Now it's Alegre turn to tack.
And
Provezza follows. A nice change of lead. Alegre leading, Provezza second, and Broneno take third. Right is proving to be strong once again. So I'm expecting another Sandokan if the conditions are staying the same until the top mark, and another gain by Quantum now, which is ahead of Platoon. So the first 3-4 boats are now a lot more compressed. I would say the first 5 boats are a lot tighter than what they used to be.
And things looking pretty tough for Phoenix at the moment, but Andy Soriano's team on Alegre leading across this dogleg to the offset mark.
And they are setting up for a very wide set. They are not setting up for a Sandokan. At least Alegre, maybe it's too windy for the Sandokan, then they elected to go straight. Same
on Provezza.
Same on Provezza. It's a lot more breeze than before. Jeeps up for every team, I'm expecting.
Vasco setting up.
Very wide set also. And Sandokan for Vasco now. So they hide the Sandokan for as much as they can. Let's see if the maneuver got okay on Vasco. Yeah, they have the spinnaker up. So Sandokan for them. The only one out of the first 5 boats doing the Sandokan. So we'll see if that decision pays for them or not.
But great racing, incredibly close. Second windward mark rounding Alegre, just sneaking in front of Brunello and Provezza. Seem to have lost Provezza on the tracker for some reason, or on the virtual, but we can see them there just on Alegre's hip. But great racing, good conditions. 18, 19 knots probably coming down this run, very gusty.
And now it's Quantum who's taking the risks. They are probably getting the clear air from Platoon that jive before them, and now they are jiving to the left of the course now. It's very strange to see Terry hitting one of the corners. That's what he did this time. And it's also strange that Vasco that did the Sandokan at the beginning is jiving back so early. So normally when you do a Sandokan is because you want to stick because you pay 2 lengths in advance to do the maneuver. So you need the shift, you need the puff, you need everything to cover that investment. So normally if you jive back early or after a short period of time, it's easier or it's less expensive to do a normal set and an early jive than the Sandokan. When you do the Sandokan, it's normally when you want to go all the way. So
Alegre jibing?
It's not the case. Alegre is jibing, probably covering Vasco's line, but Provezza is electing to keep going and stretch to the left. So we will see. Now it's Provezza following. So interesting to see the battle between the first 5 boats. Bad jive, I would say, for Provezza. Yeah. They lost the kite briefly, and that's an expensive.
No momentum really.
An expensive move because these boats are traveling, let's say, at 15 knots, and during the jive they go to 10 knots. So every second that you save on that jive and you go back to 15 knots is it's a 1 or 2 lengths of gain or lost in this case. So that jibe could potentially be expensive for Provenza. Let's hope not. Alegre covering all their positions, so under control at the moment, and if they don't make any mistake on the maneuvers, they seem to be properly set to be in control for this race. While Vasco made a big change in his preferences by going Sandokan straight away to the left, and now they are the further right. So looks like he has changed his mind during the run. See Paul Westlake on the mainsail, the spinnaker trimmer with the grinders, and you see the staysail trimmer trimming from the rail. So everybody is trying to keep the weight to lower, keep the weight hiking, so Morgan can keep the bow up and go as quick as possible surfing. In these conditions, you have a righting moment limit, which is you cannot go any higher than that because you start capsizing. So you want to keep as much weight as you can hiking and on the back of the bus, because otherwise the bow goes down and you start putting your bow under the waves or under the water. So even this flat water, you put as much weight back as you can in order to get your bow up and lift it and go surfing. So Alegre making a nice gain here. They are like 200 meters away from Provenza, who paid that jibe, as we said, that last jibe. And they are eating meters towards the finish line. So every meter that passes nobody else is moving, it's a gain for Alegre, because the options for some later moves are slimmer, and they are with 200 meters, with the 200 meters lead. So I think that they are in good shape for winning this first race of the day. The good thing is, Andy, is that even with the bad results they have yesterday, if Bronenosek and Provenza are able to stay second and third, they will put good points to Quantum and Platoon, and even more points to the Phoenix. So the overall is going to get more and more interesting. I don't know if the angles of the cameras are proving to be right or not, but it doesn't seem that Bronenosek made a big gain on this far end of the course. It seemed to me that they were a little bit with less breeze also after the jibe, so hopefully they don't lose any other position. But they were third at the top mark. But remember that Quantum and Platoon were close, so.
I think we can probably project the leaderboard for the regatta, perhaps. I don't know whether our friends at Geo Racing can do that or not, but the projected points, certainly it's closing up all the time. The way I see it just now, Phoenix would still have the regatta lead, but then close with Platoon and Bronenosek.
Wow, a very bad jibe for Provenza now. A very bad one. I mean, if they have a bad one last time, this...
So do you think they have a technical problem, or are they just...
This one is even worse. So they saved the jibe now. They are back on track. But Alegre will easily win this race. Luckily for Provenza, they were not under risk by any of the boats behind. So luckily they will hold on second position. But it's interesting to see what's developing behind, in between Platoon, Quantum, and Bronenosek, that they were crossing all of them together and very, very close to each other. So it will be an interesting finish of the race for those three boats.
So, Tor, how do you see that battle going between between these three boats, between Quantum, Platoon in the middle, just behind the leaders.
So I just saw Brunello were just had to go behind Quantum and Platoon. They didn't do so well on the right hand side of the course, looking downwind. Platoon and Quantum have just jibed simultaneously, and Brunello did as well. So they're in opposite phase from each other, but it looks like Platoon and Quantum have got Brunello here. Big losses for Brunello on the last half of this race.
We're watching Allegra then coming down towards the finish line. It should be a win for Andy Soriano's team. Had such a strong start back in Mahon last month when they finished second. 3 wins off the bat in the first 3 races, and here scoring their first win at the ROLEX TP52 World Championship.
And it's a win that they really needed after a bad day like yesterday. And once again, I will never get tired to repeat. Provesa let them that the opportunity by the bad drop of the first bit. You can see the retriever line is cut, so they have 1 meter of retriever line hanging from the kite, so they will probably have to do a manual drop. They definitely have a problem with the first drop that cost them the race win to Alegre, because if they had a good drop there, Alegre would have never stayed and they could have never reached the right. So that's the proof of how expensive a little mistake on a maneuver could be. And you can see the finish in between Quantum, Platoon and Brunello.
I think Brunello just pipping, Platoon on the line.
Yeah, for 4th.
But a incredibly close finish.
And I hope that it's not a flag for Brunello, because the port tacker boat has the right to get in, but you need to be protected by the buoy. I think that it was close to the buoy, but as we are watching on TV, we are not there. We don't have the right to see. And another close finish in between Phoenix and Interloch, won by the South African team.
So Phoenix will get 6th.
Phoenix, I think it's 7th, because it was led in between.
Oh yeah, of course.
Which is not on the virtual.
Mm-hmm.
So a bad result for Phoenix so far. I think they are still leading the overall for this race, but I would like to see the overall of the circuit, which is, for sure, it is heating up and it's as close as it has ever been. If someone is going to be upset with this race, for sure it's Brunello. They are in a position where they cannot afford to lose any more points. They were leading this race in an easy way, and they ended up 3rd, which is very expensive for them at this stage. They need to win every point they can.
So a quick look back at that super close finish. Obviously, Allegra streaking away for a comfortable win, but it was very, very close, with Brunello coming in towards the finish with 2 other boats. Just watching then as the Code Zero comes down towards the finish line, and here's the replay. A very quick look back at that super close finish, Guige, just coming up now.
Yeah, I think that what saved Brunello was Quantum, because if Quantum wasn't there, Brunello would have to pull down their bow and get in. As Quantum was there, Brunello had to wait to Quantum to cross and then come down, and that's why they were covered by them. For sure, they beat Platoon to the finish, and at least they saved 1 point, because they were losing 2 positions. At the end, it was 1. But considering they were winning the race, ended up 4th, it's not the result that they needed. A good save for Quantum. They were trailing. Wow, I think I'm not sure if Brunello is crossing the finish line again. So
really?
Maybe they were penalized. I don't know.
Looks a bit like it.
We need the feedback from the chase, from the water.
The feedback from Vasco would indicate that possibly penalised there at the finish line. But
yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Tor.
Yeah. Yes, Andy, it was a red flag for Brunello just after they went over the line, so they dropped the spinnaker, and I just saw them go back up bareheaded and cross the line again. So it looks to be a 9th for them after leading the race most of the way round.
So this could potentially be a disaster for the Brunello team. Vasco very upset. Unfortunately, I think they were covered by Quantum, but a port tacker, it's only covered by the, as we say on the rule, by the mark. If they are inside the 3 boats length, they don't have to give way, or they have to give away their position to a starboard tacker only if they are covered by the mark. So maybe there they should have come down a little more. As soon as they clear Quantum, they should have
brought the bow down, cut the line.
As much as they could.
So why do you think that is, or what was the?
I have no idea, and I'm not there to know the communication in between them. But now Maria is giving the results, so we'll find out.
A very expensive finish then for Brunello, having led in the early part of the race. They really seem to have the bit between their teeth and done what they needed to do. So another disappointment for Vasco Vascotto and the team on Brunello. Vasco telling us before the regatta they really needed to eliminate these kind of errors. So we're going to have a look at the provisional results. I think still on top of the table, even with that 6. Let's have a look at the table then, with probably Phoenix still on top with the standings, but their 2 wins yesterday, and there you go, 2 firsts and a 7th, in fact. So 9 points for Phoenix. Platoon in second with 11 points. Quantum Racing on 12. Brunello on 14. Allegra on 15, Sled on 15 also, Provezza on 19, now with that second place there, Interlodge 21, Code Zero 22, and Gladiator on 27. So Guige, your thoughts on the leaderboard then? Pretty solid for Platoon, really, all in all.
Yeah, for sure.
Quantum.
And both Platoon and Phoenix are 1 point further forward, because Brunello here is still qualified in 4, so it will be 8 and 10, while Quantum is still going to be 12. But still, it's close enough. It's showing how close it would have been if Brunello was still in 4th position with this.
So that was our provision. Just to clarify, that's our provisional scoring from the positions going through the line. So Brunello scored on 4 points. But unfortunately, I think we know that there were 9th, so these positions will change when they're updated. But that's what we have for you just now. A great race, fantastic finish, super exciting. Good win for Allegri. Join us in a few minutes when we come in for the second race of the day, and it's going to be equally exciting. Welcome back then to the Bay of Bay of Palma and the Rail Club Yacht Nautical. We've got Guy, so excited he's had to change his shirt, joining the elite club. But Guy, I mean, our heart rates have just starting to drop after that race.
Yeah, it was an interesting one right until the end. Once Alegre was clear in the lead, I was saying it would be interesting to see the definition of the third position in between Quantum, Platoon and Bronenosek, and indeed it was. So it was, unluckily for Bronenosek, a penalty for them. They dropped from 4th to 9th at the end, so it was a hard finishing of the race for them after being in the lead since the beginning.
Let's look at the replay then, just off that start line.
Yeah, that was an interesting beat also, because the two options of taking the bias of the line or taking the shift played into Bronosek's favor. They gave up the bias, but decided to be on the right on the beginning. They were leading. They controlled.
Look at that lead is over 200 meters at that point.
They controlled the first run, and this is another key part of the regatta, where Proveza had a bad drop and allowed the Alegre to stay on their hip for most of the beat and get advantage of the righty at the end to take the lead from Proveza and Bronenosek by executing a very good slam dunk. Very bad jibes of Proveza in the last run allowed the Alegre to stretch and at the end have a comfortably win. And as we said, all of the attention was going to be set in this next finish in between Quantum, Bronenosek and Platoon. I think that Bronenosek should have better way and go down as much close to Quantum, even been getting ready to jibe to avoid that penalty. Unfortunately, they got straight, and the umpires judged it on the water that they infringed the rule, and they have to sail around and close the line again. Signs of frustration from Vasco, obviously throwing his hat to the chase boat.
He needs a hat then, but Phoenix leading on 8 points, first 6, Platoon second on 10 points, Quantum Racing on 12, Sled on 14, Allegra 15, Bronenosek now down in 6th on 19 points, tied in points with Provezza, who are 7th, Interlodge 8th, Code Zero 9th and Gladiator in 10th. Let's look at the series standings, because they are super tight. Phoenix now in 56, Platoon on 56, Quantum Racing on 56, and Sled in 4th on 58, Allegra in 59, then a big gap back to Bronenosek. Provezza, Interlodge and Gladiator, so really incredibly tight at the top. Tor, how's it looking out on the water then? We're going into the second race, I think, fairly quickly. Conditions still sounding pretty good as far as we can see, and yeah, there's still breeze. And you got your big jacket on.
Yes, Andy, it just went a little bit light there for 10 minutes or so. Maria just postponed a little bit to wait for it to come back in again, but the pressure's back in. It's looking lovely and shifty again. Excited to get away for race 2.
Seems like the skies are a little bit clearer, perhaps, Guichet, but still shifty, still in the same wind direction, are we? 340?
Yeah, same wind direction. I think it was 345 that I heard Maria say. Yeah, the sun's shining, but it's pretty chilly out here.
My heart bleeds for you. Anyway, Guichet, yeah, all the pressure building with every race, certainly looking towards the end of the season on Saturday. These 3 boats tied on the same points. Every place, every point, every start, every mark rounding is crucial.
Everything counts from now on, and it was already important for the first 3 races. It's getting more and more important once the races are keep going. I think it's very interesting to say that the first 5 boats fighting for this event, for the ROLEX World Championship, are in 5 points. The same 5 boats are fighting for the overall, and they are in 4 points. So
it's incredible, isn't it?
It's very tight. The ROLEX World Championship is up for grabs, and so is the season, which is even tighter. Having 3 boats tied is going into the half of the last event. I think it's the first first thing is it's happening, but also we have 2 boats more in 4 points.
Hello,
So that's very, very, very interesting. And with days like this, with shifty and unpredictable, it's still much more interesting to watch. 4 minutes 30, so we are already in the procedure. We'll see how the fleet is spanning out for the starting line and which side do they prefer going into this first bit. Let's remember on the first race it was very shifty, but the trend was going right on the beats and going left on the runs. So we will see if in this race that the trend is the same. You see the conversation in between the strategists and the afterguard of Alegre. They won the first race. They made a good job by staying patient and waiting for their opportunity. And when they had the chance, they took it. And once they were on the lead, they didn't look back. They stretched from Provesa, and they have a very, very nice lead at the end of the first race.
How does the start line look, and what would be your starting strategy, given the options that we know?
I don't know the bias. I don't know where is the line square to, but unless there is a lot of bias, when the breeze is very shifty, normally you want to start on the right to have your options open. As we said in the first one, if you start on the right and if a lefty comes, you are able to attack immediately. If a righty comes, you gain from the right by being to the right of the fleet. Even if you have a lot of bias to the left, if you gain the left but you cannot cross in the first lefty, you lose the first phase, and that could be very expensive. So normally, even if the line is square, when the conditions are shifty, you put a little bit more weight on the right than normally. So we'll see if this is the case or not. So far, nobody's coming hard to the pin. It's with 2 minutes 30. It's a lot more crowded on the middle right area on the start. So we'll see if what I said it proves to be the case or not.
Well, I've got you just for a few seconds. A few words about Maria, our principal race officer. She's hugely experienced, not only with the 52s, but also in demand round the world with the Olympics and the Cup.
Maria gained a lot of experience over the last 10, 15 years. And she's not only a very good umpire, so she knows the rules very good. She's one of the best race officers that I race with. So she's very experienced, and she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So we see the whole fleet is starting to the right. Bronenosek, which is strange, is starting to the left of the pack, but still on the right. So they want to. That's probably on a righty, because on a righty it's the other way around. When the bias is on the committee, you want to make sure you stay on starboard for as much as you can, and the easiest way to stay on starboard is to start to lure of the pack to as close as you can. So Vasco is now with Bronenosek is starting to the left of the pack, but nobody's really fighting for the pin unless somebody comes and pushes Bronenosek to the left, which is not the case at the moment.
So Phoenix kind of lining up more towards the middle of the line, the top end towards the committee boat. We can see certainly Quantum, Interlodge, Alegre more towards that right end of the line towards the committee boat. Just 20 seconds or so to the start gun. Provezza just slightly back.
Yeah, Quantum with the nice guy to lure. They are close to the line that they are able to put their bow down now and have a good acceleration. So 7 seconds to go. Everybody's at full speed at the moment. 2, 1, and looks like a clear start.
So Bronenosek starting on the pin. Provezza started quite well, 2 boats above them.
Yeah, but there was no actually fight for the pin. I mean,
no.
Everybody had their options.
We're seeing sleds bow quite nicely, 4 boats or 5 boats up from the pin. You see Phoenix in the mix, but not their best start. Not as bad as the previous one for sure, but something to work from.
Yeah, all of them, they are pretty even at the moment. Provesa is gaining to sled now, so we'll see if sled is able to hold to that lane compared to Provesa.
Just a quick word, if you're watching on the tracking, we do seem to lose Quantum from time to time. A problem with their tracker, perhaps, but they had a pretty decent start, certainly in the mix. Just going overhead, we're seeing Phoenix. Phoenix a little bit back on sled and Preveza.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Phoenix starting very far away, very close to the line at full speed. Now we see the replay. We don't have the timing exactly, so, but we can see that sled, Proveza, Bronenosek, they were very close to each other, at least. If their timing was good, they were very close to the line at the gun. And as we were saying yesterday, Phoenix was very close to being early in the first, at least in the first race. And today they stepped down a little bit and they had 2 average starts that in the first race compromised a little bit the race. We'll see if they are able to get back into the front in this one, but yesterday they took risks and they paid off. Today they are paying the price to being a little bit more conservative.
Just seen Quantum tacking out of their positions.
Yeah, Quantum went behind Platoon and Alegre. There are 2 boats going to the right. I'm assuming it's Interlude and Code Zero. The rest of the fleet is on this side. Sled still holding to Proveza. Bronesek making small gains, but still not being able to cross. So, but we had only 2-3 minutes probably since the start, so another 4 minutes perhaps to the leyland yet, so they have time. I think that Bronesek is close to being able to
cross
Proveza. I don't know what's going on with Platoon. Phoenix, even if they are not in a very good position, they are hanging into their line with Proveza. Proveza cannot tag with them being on their hip. And Phoenix is probably waiting for Platoon to make a call. Alegre just tagged to the right. Platoon squeezed them. So Platoon is now controlling this left group. And probably Bronenosek is the only one that with a proper lefty can cross in front. Otherwise, Platoon is in control of Proveza and Phoenix. Virtual is showing Bronenosek with just the advantage they need to cross. They are probably just crossing Proveza, but they need a good moment. Many times looks like you may be across, 5 seconds later you cannot cross, 5 seconds later you can barely cross, so you need to pick up your good timing, and looks like this is the moment, and that's why they tack immediately to make sure that they use that opportunity and try to cross ahead of the other boats. So yes, they cross ahead of Proveza, and now they need to see if they can cross Platoon also. So depending on how far away from Leyland they are, if they are crossing Platoon, Platoon will decide if they tack to leeward, if they are very close to Leyland, or if they continue and control Phoenix, if they still have time to Leyland. Bronesek preparing the runner, maybe they cannot cross Platoon. So we'll find out in the...
Is it?
So they are not crossing Platoon, so they are leave-bowing Platoon. And now it's probably Platoon, the ones that will tack soon if they cannot leave there. And now it will be Bronenosek, the one having to control Phoenix and Provezza. So Brunellesec forced to move the game because they were getting closer to Leyland. If they kept waiting, they would probably run out of time, so they decided to cross. They crossed Provezza. They couldn't cross Platoon, but they did the leave out. Now Platoon is crossing, and now Brunellesec have their chances again to be crossing and to be tacking and be on port with a little advantage to Platoon. They had to pay 2 tags for that, but that was the only chance they have to open the game. And that was, at the end, it was an advantage to Phoenix that they minimized their tags, and they are almost in the same position as their rivals. They are behind, but they gain a little bit of ground compared to Platoon, Quantum, and Brunellesec. The 3 of them, they have to make 2 tags, and they save both. They save those 2 tags compared to the 3 of them, which are their rivals for the overall also. So now I'm assuming they are very, very close to the left ley line. So now it's a horse race to the mark, basically. And it will be between Quantum, Platoon, and Brunellesec on this side, unless the righty proves to be strong again and someone can squeeze from the right and get to this group of boat on starboard tack.
Momentary problem, I think, with the Phoenix tracker. We can still see them there, quite nicely positioned relative to Provezza, chasing Brunellesec. Quantum coming back from that right on starboard.
Yeah, it's looking on the TV that the boats on the right, even if they don't tack, they are getting lifted to leeward of the left boats, and they are making gains. Now Quantum tack, and seems that they are crossing Platoon. They are in fact crossing Platoon. Platoon is ducking them. So it's what we call a banana lift, that the boats to leeward have a little more degrees of lift than the boats to windward, and they made gains in the same tack. So it looks to me that sled and the boats that are further to the right, they are making small gains, and that means bad news for Brunellesec and bad news for Phoenix and Provezza.
Quantum looked quite high on that tack as well, didn't they?
Yeah, indeed, they look, and they gain a lot to Platoon in a very short amount of time. So I would assume that the boats on the right are getting stronger again, and that's where Alegre appears again, and Sled, which was originally on the left, they changed their mind and they switched to the right now, and they look to be making big gains in a short amount of time. So Brunel tacks again, and if they are close to Leyland, then Quantum is going to be tacking soon, I guess. Alegre going to the right again. So they are using the same strategy they used on the first race that gave them dividends. Looks like they had a righty there. They got vertical. It seems that they had a header, and they continue getting more and more into the header. And I'm expecting them to come strong out of that corner. So bad news to Phoenix, to Brunellesec and Provezza, as we said. They are now the three of them on the back of the fleet. Their righties seem to be very strong again. Terry Hutchinson that didn't want to give away all that advantage they gain on the right. They play the little shift and the little last shift and try to hang on the lefty, on the last lefty, to see if they can survive a little bit. Right now it looks like they got a shift from the left, and in the virtual they are leading, but they are far away with the other corner, so we need to wait until they converge to see which of the two options finally is a stronger one. I would say anyway it's time to Quantum to win a race also.
For sure.
It's been a while since they don't win a race. They've been minimizing the losses. They've been trying to do damage control over the last races, but I think it's time to them to win a race and demonstrate that they are still
potential champions.
The boat that won a lot of world championships and the boat that won a lot of Super Series. So I expect them to perform well also in the very short term. So the virtual is showing changes very quickly. Now it says that Platoon and Alegre are leading again. Quantum, who was leading 1 minute ago, it's now lying in third. So depending if the breeze goes right or left, it's what the virtual is saying, obviously. But now it's looking that Quantum is having a lift in front of Phoenix. It's crossing their bow slowly. So looks like the things are looking good for them.
Certainly all changing all the time at the front of the fleet. Second race of the day.
Big puff on Quantum. You see their mainsail flapping. It's a couple of seconds to stabilize the boat, get the heel out, and get the main sheet back on. But on the screen, at least, looks like Platoon is higher than Quantum, which is the case that what we said, that the banana lift, that the boats to leeward have more lefty than the boats to windward, and it's looking to be the case. So you see Cheese, the main trimmer, adjusting the main sheet the whole time. The conditions are so changing. He's trimming, easing, and the bowman is the helmsman is adjusting the course every time, because it's heading, lifting, heading. Now it's a big header, big header on Platoon. We can see at least 10 seconds. John Kostek is standing up. He needs to judge if this header is a real one or it's just a lull. But if it continues, they will probably tack in the short term. Looks like it was a header, but with not a lot of breeze, and that's why they didn't took it immediately. But for sure it was a header. So I'm expecting them to be tacking soon if the breeze picks up and the conditions stay like this. Now it seems that they got lifted again. So it's changing every time. In the meantime, Quantum seems to be into a little more steadier breeze. I cannot see from here if it's righty, lefty, but at least the boat is sailing in a more steadier way. So I would say that Quantum is slowly making gains to Platoon at this stage, and you can see also that Alegre on the far right lost a bit of ground compared to the fleet. So I would like to think that the right is a little more unsteady at the moment.
Small gain to Gladiator as well, coming back into the picture on the left of that little group. Certainly just a weather of Grananasek. Allegra just tacked, and as Gage said, just losing ground on the Boats to their left. In a sec, we'll just tack and lee bow, I think.
I think that Quantum is
looking comfortable.
Yeah, it's leading by a nice margin. They will be able to cross and get into the ley line. And
Phoenix not looking terrible though, are they?
No, at the end looks like the lefty came back, or at least that it was a little more breeze or more steady on the left. But Phoenix has an important cross now. They have two starboard tackers. They are tacking. The first one is crossing. Probably the second boat is going to be tacking on them, which is the case. So Phoenix will pay for that a little bit. Quantum tack on Platoon. Platoon is trying desperately to make the mark from there. We'll see if they are able to do it. They are very high. You can see how much their jib is laughing. But I think they will make the mark from there and save two tacks. So they pay a little bit of boat speed, but at least they save those two tacks, and they are, let's say, in three lengths away from Quantum. I expect the boats to go straight this time because the breeze was a little more steadier on the left. So I think that especially down when you want a steady breeze, steady wave intensity. And now comes an interesting one in between Bronenosek, Phoenix, and all the boats on starboard tack. It will be a big fight for the...
Both having to turn away, I think.
And this is a big disaster for these two boats. But unfortunately, they will be last and second last getting into this.
But it's still a little bit of a raft up at the windward mark as well, with I think sled on the inside, isn't it?
Big disaster for the whole fleet, and a big gain will be for Quantum and Platoon, that they will be gone by the time the whole fleet gets to the Spinnaker set.
Gladiator in that mix, or just chasing in third, Interlodge in fourth.
And it's apparently a penalty for Provezza. They are slowing down, trying to get away to do a penalty turn, looks like.
So Tor, a very messy mark rounding there, lots going on. We can hear whistles and flags.
Yes, pretty messy mark rounding. I think it's penalty to Provezza, and Provezza were taking code 0 up as well. So there might be some space for Bronenosek and Phoenix to get back in here. But yeah, a bit of a park up at the top mark and a bit of tussling.
Just watching Provezza doing their turns. Another expensive mistake on their part. Just watching it again, Guiget.
Let's see, Provezza is approaching here on port from behind of all these boats. It's going behind all that pack, and it's only code 0 coming there. So apparently they tagged
inside code 0 and fouled them, I suppose.
Inside the 3 lengths, and Hold 0 had to go beyond close hold to avoid them, which was the case, because even if it wasn't for Provezza, it was Alegre and Sled there also. So there was no way for Provezza to go other than duck in code 0. They elected to tack to lure, and that's why the penalty is on them. I think it was the right decisions for the umpires this time. You not always agree with the umpires, but I think they
do sometimes. Occasionally. Once a year.
But especially when I'm not on the boat.
Yeah. That's not your next career anyway, in the umpire boat.
It's so frustrating because.
No, of course.
Being on from the boat, your perspective changes a lot, many times, or the umpires cannot see or feel what you are doing at the time. So it's a very hard job for them also. So I recognize that I not always agree, but I do prefer to have the umpires on the water, either even if I have a penalty on ourselves rather than going to a jury room. So
Yeah, definitely.
so I'm happy they are on the water and they are doing their job as good as they can. Obviously, we make mistakes. We sailors, we make mistakes, and they make mistakes also. But most of the times they get it right. That's the truth.
Indeed.
So you can see, I would say that the breeze is dropping, so you can see puffs all around. But in general, the trend is lower than before. The whole fleet has the staysail on, except for Brunello. I don't know why at this moment. And so the trend is down for sure, and you can see puffs very well marked or defined on the water, but the trend is definitely down, which will make it even harder to make the decisions. So
Close between Platoon and Gladiator. Gladiator definitely having a better race.
Yeah, Gladiator not only is having a better race, but by the problems that were behind them, they have a lot more gap to the fleet now. So maybe it's a good opportunity to them to consolidate into a podium position on this race and having a good win that they certainly deserve. Same as Interlodge, that they are fourth now, and they have like 3 or 4 lengths between them and Sled. So it's another good opportunity to them to perform better and improve a little bit on the leaderboard. And Quantum is now taking care of Platoon. It's the only boat they will be looking at the moment. If they have to lose a position, of course they will prefer to lose it to Gladiator. So if Gladiator takes a risk and go to the other corner, I'm sure that Quantum will stay with Platoon, and we'll try to make sure that the German boat stays behind them. Now they are, for sure, they are working for the Worlds, but mainly for the overall of the circuit. Azurra, sorry, Interlodge driving.
A good close race between these two boats anyway. And as you say, there may be options if Quantum and Platoon engage more. And out on this right side, looking downwind, Sled and Allegra.
Yeah, and I would think that Phoenix is better. Now the virtual just put it ahead of Sled, because on the screen it looked to me that Phoenix was ahead of them. So it was actually a very, very good run for Phoenix. Let's remember that they bailed out of the windward mark and they rounded almost last, behind Bronenosek and behind the rest of the fleet. Only Provenza with the penalty maybe was behind it, but at the end, and right now they are running in 5th. So if that's the case, it was a very good recovery for the South African boat. That, as we said before, at this stage every point counts. So if they recover to 5th, that was a very good save for Phoenix.
Certainly on that train on the left, looking downwind. Giving chase, your evaluation of Gladiator's position on this right side, as we see, seem to have reasonable pressure.
Yeah, but I prefer the other side so far.
Me too.
So why do you make me that question then?
No. Yeah, just to see what they...
You're setting up a trap for me.
Not at all.
So I think that Gladiator will probably lost the position to Phoenix also, which is a pity. Phoenix again is chasing very, very hard on interlock. So it was a fantastic run by the South African team that it almost better than what they were at the top mark before having to bail out. So it's a fantastic run for the South Africans, and we'll see what they are able to do from here on.
But the trend is generally the same, isn't it? As you said at the start of the broadcast, left looks good downwind.
And you can see the boat speeds are in the 10 knots. So I'm surprised that nobody changes jibs, because it's looking like the wind speed is going down. I do not know which jib they started on, but maybe they were on the J15s. If that's the case, that's the correct jib for the moment. So I was expecting, or I thought that maybe some of the teams started with the J2s, and if that was the case, they should be considering changing. So Platoon very, very close to Quantum, which can barely race his abandon or what? They couldn't jive. I think that Quantum was about to jive, but Platoon prevented the jive. At some stage, I thought they were abandoning the race because they stopped the jive. So Platoon is on a match. They were in a good position to do that. Obviously, they play a couple games, and now probably they will roll Quantum. Quantum option is to stay low and clear their breeze as quick as they can, and try to keep the interior position compared to Quantum, and everything will be decided based on where they are compared to the marks.
Phoenix still seem to have good pressure on that left side coming downwind. Great images from the drone. It makes it so much easier to see the puffs, isn't it?
It would be great to have the drone if you are doing the tactics, that's for sure. So Platoon now broke the overlap with Quantum, and they are able to do what they want. Looks like Phoenix is on the port ley line. Interlodge will still be able to jive in front of them, but they definitely overtook Gladiator. So change of leader now. Platoon is on the hot seat, and Quantum is now chasing. Here is where I thought the Quantum also almost abandoned the race, because they started to jive. They made a fake, but Platoon didn't buy. They wanted to see if Platoon was buying their fake jive, and they were jiving there, but Platoon stayed there. They did a good job at not getting into the trap, and that's how they got in a better position to overtake Quantum, and they won one of the marks, and Quantum is going to the other one almost at the same time, while Phoenix got the internal of Interlodge, and they will go also at the same time as the other boat. So Platoon, Phoenix on the right of the beat, Quantum and Interlodge on the left. Interesting run, Andy.
Indeed.
And a great run by Phoenix, by the way. A great run.
Yeah. Losses to Gladiator, for sure.
Remember, Phoenix was behind Sled and was behind Code Zero, that is still running downwind. They were behind Alegre, and Sled is still here with the Spinnaker, and Phoenix were behind them. So
Interlodge have been pretty slow since the leeward gate, and just on that aerial shot there from the drone, the pressure seemed to be more pressure up that right side. Quantum quite light just now, but who can get to that next big gust? Certainly Platoon seem to be tacking into on starboard out on that high right side.
both of them, Platoon and Phoenix. So this is good for Phoenix actually, because Platoon will get into the cross with Quantum and they will have to decide if they go with Quantum or they continue with Phoenix. So maybe an opportunity to Phoenix to sail with clear breeze and having options again.
Very gusty, very puffy breeze as we expected. We're continuing to see that, and Quantum tacking.
So nice gain by Platoon from the right.
You can see them now coming into that pressure in the white caps.
And see, you see how much work on the main sheet. So it's continuous work on the main sheet and the jib. You see both Cheese and Roscoe making adjustments the whole time, while John Kostecki is busy trying to read the breeze and trying to position the boat in the best possible place. Wow, so Platoon tack on Phoenix now. So quick decision to be made by Tom Slingsmith. He wants to hang into that lefty foot and stay there, assuming some losses compared to Platoon, or if they want to tack for clear breeze. Looks like they decide to foot a little bit, put the bow down and look for clear breeze and stay with the shift.
What was that little hand signal?
That was to ease the runner.
Right.
When you do with your finger like a helicopter, it's to trim, and when you do it like that, it's to ease. So it's probably breeze is dropping, so they were asking to ease the runner. So many times you do that kind of hand signals, not to be talking all the time and distract the helmsman and the communication in between the speed loop of the boat. So you make those signals, and so you can make in your adjustments without having to talk.
Once again, minor issue with the trackers today. We're well to the east on our normal race area. So we've been one of the little gremlins with the trackers, but so we're missing Platoon on the virtual just now, but we can see them live leading Quantum and Phoenix.
That's maybe because they are stretching a lot at the moment, so they are they're going away.
There's a great battle at the front of this fleet. So yeah, we understand that in fact Platoon's tracker is no longer with the boat and feeding the fish.
So maybe that signal was to drop the tracker, put the tracker into the water.
You're giving away your secrets there. You would never do a thing like that.
So maybe it was my mistake, Andy, I don't know. So Quantum tacked, Phoenix tacked. They look to be a little more righty than the American boat at the moment. You can see the differences in angles. Quantum tacking back.
Let's watch this. See, they could be close with Phoenix.
It could be, yes. And Phoenix that elects to tack back to the right. It's slight breeze at the moment. You can see how much they ease the jib after the tack to give more power, to give more grunt, and probably a lefty also, and that's why they ease the jib, because they have a big lift. So
at the same time watching the puff hitting Platoon.
It's very, very unstable, and Platoon is hitting a puff and a righty, so that will be good for them and probably also for Interlodge. So from now on, Platoon will probably try to help Interlodge getting into second to make sure they have Phoenix and Quantum fighting themselves. So you can expect Platoon giving a little help to the other American boat and trying to get Phoenix and Quantum engaged in between each other so they can put one boat in the middle and stretch one more point. So it's not only about trying to win the race now.
It's about gaining boats, gaining points.
It's like a chess game. For sure, lighter breezes.
Coming and going all the time, but there you go. We're on board with Platoon. A little puff coming in.
Yeah, and a righty probably. Trawler down. They put the bow down. You can see how the bow is moving to the right compared to the shore.
John Kostecki looking to see what he...
You can see the tailtails on the Jeep showing a header. So they are getting more and more into the right, and as I said a couple seconds ago, it's a good opportunity for Interlodge. Platoon is tacking. They are not waiting for them. They are giving space for Interlodge, so Interlodge could tack and be sailing in clear breeze also.
They're not so bothered about Interlodge as long as Interlodge don't end up on their breeze or impeding them in any way.
The only decision by John Kostecki is tacking on the shift, making space for them, but making sure they don't get into more breeze than us and they become a risk to us. So we'll see if Phoenix has space there to tack in between Platoon and Interlodge. Looks like they may just squeeze in between, but for sure they will be in an uncomfortable position with Platoon as they are very, very thin on their hip. So we'll see if Phoenix is able to hang in there. Interlodge forced to make two tacks.
Trying to just get a feel for how Quantum are doing. Oh, one or two gremlins on their tracker as well, but they did seem to have fallen off the edge of the breeze that our top three have had. As Gigi is saying, this righty.
Yeah, but Platoon is tacking back. They had a header before the tack. I don't know how were they going compared to Quantum. It's hard to see on the screen, but it's a header for sure because Phoenix is also tacking.
Oh, there's Quantum now.
Quantum fighting with Alegre now, based on that image.
Platoon slowed into the leading into the lighter breeze.
It's very, very hard here. Interlodge was looking good only 3 minutes ago, trying to look for second. Now they seem to be lying in fifth. So Alegre gets out of the fight, but Quantum follows in, and now it's Phoenix, the one who has the opportunity to tack in 1 or 2 more lengths and be sailing with clear breeze and see if they have a chance. So here they go. Here they tack. 2 lengths that's the minimum separation you want in order to make sure you have enough space to sail in clear breeze, but you don't have enough leverage to get the platoon, try to attempt it to make 2 tacks and come up to you. So you get clean air, but you say, okay, I'm not a risk for you. I'm not going to pass you. If a righty come, I will only make a couple meters gain, but don't come to me. That's basically the message. So while we are talking, Bronenosek made a big gain from the left, and now it's crossing Quantum, and it's also going into the cross with Platoon, and we'll see how it ends up going. So it's a real mess, this race. It's very nice to watch from here. I wouldn't be racing, or I wouldn't like to be the tactician on these boats at the moment.
But I mean, it's racing like we've not seen for a long time in this fleet. Certainly not at this stage in this season. So incredibly close, and places changing all the time in this shifty breeze. We're on the second beat of the race 2 of the day, race 4 of the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Everything to play for. And Bronenosek coming back a little bit, almost from the dead.
Yeah, remember Bronenosek was the other boat that was forced to bail out of
the top mark.
At the top mark, they were about 8, and now with this lefty, they are back into contention. Protest flag in between Platoon and Quantum. They are training partners. They are both with the same sailmaker, but there's not a lot of love at this stage when you are deciding the season. So if it was a very close tag, it's going to be a flag. That's for sure. And the leader, that it's again all the way upside down, shaken, and looks to be another race now.
I think this race is not going to be over till the finish line, is it?
Doesn't look like it.
Quantum Racing leading first time up. We've got them 6th just now, but Code Zero kind of coming into the mix as well.
It's unbelievable. And Bronenosek, which was out of contention after the first windward mark, they are leading. They are leading now, and it's looking like for a nice margin.
So Tor, super shifty, places changing all the time.
Sled and I one that made big gains from the left at this stage.
Yeah, Tor, I'm seeing incredibly shifty, breeze up and down all the time, places changing, exciting racing.
Yeah, I think we saw in that downwind leg there's lots of little puffs on the course and lots of little shifts as well, and lots of tacticians are making good use of them. We're seeing huge place changes. I can't believe Bronenosek back at the front of the fleet. Hopefully they manage to hold on to this one after that last race.
Indeed, disappointment for them in the last race, crossing the line and potentially in 4th, but dropping to 9th because of that penalty. So Vasco Vascotto looking to atone, but it's changing all the time as we get up this second beat. 3rd of 4 legs.
And Sled, who was crossing here with a lot of breeze, now suddenly
stopped.
All of the people inside laid in, and another righty with no breeze, so it's incredibly hard. Another terrible cross here. Look to me that Bronenosek will be able to cross. Another slam dunk on Sled, but there's a long way to go still to the other mark. So we'll see if Bronenosek can hang in there. Looks like they will be there, approaching the offset mark.
It's going to be a close mark rounding.
And Quantum made Nice gains again
Very,
from
very light here up at the top marks.
Quantum again made nice gains from the left. So the first three boats are practically overlapped coming into the top mark. Unbelievable beat.
Unbelievable beat. I mean, all the time, though, it's super exciting. We're looking at the overall leaderboard and the circuit leaderboard all the time. That's our primary focus.
Big losers of this beat, obviously, Platoon. They were leading by the big margin, and now they are in a tough pot. I'm not even sure if they will make the mark from there, so they will lose. They will lose a lot of ground for sure. Looks like they will be able to make it, but they will slow down by quite a bit.
Quantum Racing it round in third, looking a little bit slim for Interlodge in there, trying to get in round the mark. Gladiator in there as well.
Interlodge is fine. Platoon should be fine. Gladiator.
One of the big losers then actually ends up being a Phoenix.
And Phoenix is another loser because they were coming in third at some stage. They're back in 7 or 8 now. So a tough bit for the leaders of the regatta so far.
So at the offset mark now, looking at Interlodge.
In fourth?
In fourth, Platoon in fifth.
Gladiator and Alegre.
I think when Tom Slingsby came in yesterday saying there was some crazy shifts and crazy stuff going on, weren't expecting it to be like this this today. This is super crazy.
So compared to yesterday, today is really, really stable.
But I mean, boats completely overlapped. It's all happening. Looking at the but actually, Phoenix quite nicely powered up, getting round Alegre. Remember, Alegre were leading at one point coming into the or in the lower third of this beat.
Unbelievable race.
Momentarily, and then Phoenix in sixth just now, according to our virtual. But let's see how this shakes out. But actually, Quantum coming out of this quite well.
And Sled.
And Sled. I think this result will be good for Sled. Sled not really out of contention completely for the circuit title, but they need this race. They need a second.
Sled is leading the circuit at this stage.
Yeah.
They are tied for the overall now.
Yeah.
And they are the best of the leading
leaders,
group.
Yeah.
So imagine what Vasco would be thinking now. What if?
I suspect he's going to finish the season thinking, what if?
What if this morning? So Quantum made the jump to the left, which is looking not to be very good at the moment. If we trust the angle of the cameras, they are heading back to to the two leaders, so that means that they are lifted. But many times also the shots are not a good reflect of the reality. So we'll have to wait a little bit. But at the moment, looks like Bronenosek is in a good spot. But
Gladiator going quite nicely down now.
yeah, but we should remember also that the first round was very favored on the left, and that Phoenix made a very huge gain on the left. They came from last to third or fourth in the first race. So Bronenosek preparing them for a jibe. The further staysail. Outside jibes, so still some breeze. And if we trust the virtual, then Sled and Bronenosek made a huge gain compared to Quantum.
That's our projected standings for the this World Championship. If things stayed the same through to the finish line, then Phoenix would be leading by just 2 points from Sled and Quantum Racing. Platoon on 19, Bronenosek 20. So lots and lots of racing left in this championship. And really everything to play for.
Keiko Bruni looking up the course, trying to find some breeze on the sled team.
And once again, credit to the owners like Mr. Akura, who have not been able to travel, but have made sure that the team and the boat have been here, been competitive. Same too for the Plattner family with Phoenix.
And as we said before, looks like Quantum lost a lot of ground compared to the two leaders, and now it's under threat by the interlord. So the looks like the right going downwind, looking downwind, was strong on this last run, and now it's a big split in between the first four boats and the rest of the rest of the group of the four boats going to the left. It's a big separation. Phoenix stuck into the middle, but many times has proved not to be the best place to be. But it's been such a challenging day that it's so hard to say or to predict what's going to happen. That the best thing we can do is wait and see.
Indeed. Certainly nothing in it between Bronenosek and Sled. A big lateral separation, but as Gishi said, there's nothing. We're not calling anything at the moment. We're just going to sit and wonder and watch.
Yeah, because if we trust the virtual now, Sled got the overall from Bronenosek, so they overtook them by extending to the right. And seems that Sled is on a private path now. You can see the dark piece of water around their boat, and Quantum that is just able to drive on top of Interlodge and probably holding that position to them. So we will see if sled is capable of able to overtake Bronesek if that private path they have is last until the end. At the moment, it looks like they are in a very nice piece of water because they are heeling. You can see the staysail is flapping on the top. They should trim it on. The boat is heeling. It's heeling a lot. That's normally a sign that you are in a very good path. So they have to make the most out of it and take advantage of the situation. You can see they are doing 11 knots compared to 9 of Bronenosek, so that's a difference of 2 knots. And as we said before, in the runs, looking for pressure is crucial. And it seems that sled found their own piece of pressure. You can see the differences in between Bronenosek on the left and sled on the right. You can clearly see that the white boat has a lot more breeze at the moment than the Russian boat. They are still traveling like 2 knots quicker, and that's normally enough to make a pass in a very short amount of time. So at least they are going to be a lot closer than what they used to be.
We're not calling it for sure, but
after all we've seen today, I'm not calling it until they don't cross the line.
Exactly.
But yes, we were saying that the right was strong, so that's where sled extended compared to Bronenosek, and they made a big gain on this side of the course, which is the same place where Quantum lost to Interlodge. So it looks like there was a little bit more breeze on the right than on the left.
But for sure, the way things are at the moment, this is not only an incredibly exciting race, but it could be decisive. Looking at where Platoon are in that mix. And also Phoenix. There's a long way to go in this run yet. We've seen some incredibly close finishes. Gladiator in the mix.
And indeed seems like sled was able to overtake Bronenosek. They are about to cross each other now, and looks like a slim advantage of 4 lengths, something like that, to the American boat compared to the Russian, when there's not a lot to go. So sled jiving to protect. And Bronenosek splitting to the other side. Better jibe at the American boat for sure. They still have a lot more breeze, so they were quicker through the jibe than Bronenosek.
Gladiator in good pressure as well, by the looks of things.
And I expect sled to be jibing soon. In fact, they are furling the staysail now. And here they come. As you can see, sled changed to inside jibes, and that's maybe the reason why they were quicker in the jibe than Bronenosek, because we said yesterday 10-11 knots is more or less the crossover in between inside and outside. You can see the outside jibe on Bronenosek, where the spinnaker needs to go around the laugh, while in the inside jibe it goes in between the laugh and the forestay, so you don't have to ease it that much. In the breeze, you cannot jibe inside, because if the spinnaker goes on the other side, it's a big disaster. But in the light, it's a lot quicker to do the inside jibes. I would say it's a small gain to sled going into this cross. And once again, they are jibing to protect. I would say it's a 5-6 lengths advantage to sled. So they are reasonably comfortable, and they are almost heading to the finish line. So, so it's almost a close deal for them. So it's about to be official now. Sled wins race number 4.
Indeed. No doubt about that. Then Takakura's team, Mr. Akura's team, winning the 4th race. Brunasek getting second. Gladiator coming through with speed through the line just now to get their best result of the regatta so far.
Overtaking Quantum in the last run.
And getting third. And as we said, every point, every place is vital. Quantum coming through for 4th. Watching behind them to see where Phoenix are principally, I guess, and Platoon. Platoon having a race with Code Zero. Coming in from the foreground, we have Interlodge.
Interlodge in 5th, and I would say Code Zero 6, Platoon 7.
Well, Phoenix coming in as well. At speed.
Ooh.
And will just pip.
And Phoenix
Platoon.
probably is in front of Platoon also.
So once again, not over till the finish line's crossed. And probably one boat gain there for Phoenix on the finish line. And Pravetsa coming through. Yeah, Phoenix 2 seconds ahead.
Unofficial results yet, but this point won by Phoenix could be a one to be remembered at the end of the week.
It could be for the end of the week in both senses, but every point, every place. But an incredible race, Guige, really.
Unbelievable to see Platoon finishing in 8th, considering that they were
top
leading until 3/4 of the last bit. So let's
exactly, and a good win for Sled. We're going to wait and see what the overall standings are, but it was so close going into this race.
Maria is giving Platoon ahead of Phoenix.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that could be almost official now.
Yeah.
Sign of.
A little bit of disappointment, I think, on board Platoon.
I'm almost
as
sure.
you imagine. Yeah, go on.
I'm almost sure they are not going to be really happy now.
No. Likewise, a tough day for Phoenix after these 2 wins yesterday. And they too were really in the mix at the bottom. Really in the mix at the bottom of that beat after the Leeward Gate. It's really a nerve-shredding day for all these teams in contention. And in the end, though, Quantum Racing coming out of it not too badly for the day, I think. Sled good as well.
I think that Quantum is doing a good job of surviving their conditions. They know that it's probably not their best week, but whenever it's not your day, whenever it's not your race, you need to make sure that
you're not losing places.
At least you don't make big mistakes. So Quantum was leading at the top mark. They lost their leadership at the first run to Platoon. I imagine that could be frustrating. They were very deep on the fleet at the stage in the second bit, but they hold their nerve, and at the end they save a position by finishing 4th. They were 3rd at the last top mark. They lost 1 position to Gladiator in the last run, but still 4th is an acceptable position considering the 7th and 8th that Phoenix and Platoon had. So it wasn't that bad at the end for them. I think that Marie is announcing is no more racing for the day.
Mm-hmm. But a good breeze through the day, albeit shifty and puffy, and fantastic spectator sport. Really, you couldn't wish for more. Place is changing all the way through the day. Harm looking a little bit. Harm Muller-Spear, the owner-driver, off a platoon, looking pretty disappointed.
So race win for sled. They made a huge recovery on the second bit on the left. They were among the leaders. They made a big bet on the right on the last run, and they won the race. First win of the week or of the season for Keiko Bruni as tactician on the sled.
Murray Jones steering, but let's have a look at the race. A quick replay, a quick recap, and talk us through it, Gage.
I don't even remember when was this.
This is the same race, but a good start from Brunnesek on the
changed
pin.
it so many times, Sandy, that I do not know. I think it was Brunnesek.
That's right. Top mark, Quantum
lean at the beginning, but Quantum got ahead of everyone. Brunnesek and Phoenix had to bail out the top mark. Penalty for Provezza. Platoon overtakes Quantum at the run. A great run by Phoenix that put them again back in the hunt for the lead. Platoon leading the race up to 3/4 of the second bit. All of a sudden, bang!
We thought this was done and dusted, didn't we? Then
they dropped back to 5th or 6th. All of a sudden, Brunnesek is leading at the top mark. Sled is second, and the initial leaders were deep in 6 or 7. Phoenix was back in 8. Brunnesek leading. They jibe earlier. Sled stretches to the right, and they overtake them. They made a couple of jives covering the right, and they managed to win the race. Gladiator in 3rd, Quantum in 4th, and I think if we see the photo finish again, then Phoenix will beat Platoon. So I don't want to see it again.
Do you want to see it one more time, just to recap? But I mean, a good day for sled team. Looking at the redoubtable Don Cowie there, the project manager and Honda.
Mm-hmm. So things definitely started to get worse to Platoon when they put their GPS on the water, right?
Yeah. And they put the tracker in the water. Maybe that's a message for the rest of the teams. But great. Let's have a look then at the event standings. Really, it was super close before the
I wonder
Go
how
on then, Gage, tell us. Sled.
Unbelievable sled. Nobody was talking about sled over the last couple of days, but they are leading this regatta 1 point ahead of Phoenix and Quantum, 2 points ahead of Platoon, 6 ahead of Brunnesek, then Alegre, Interlodge, Provezza, Code Zero, and Gladiator. Unbelievable close in between the first 5 boats.
And everything to play for between 6 and 10. There's only 4 points between 6 and 10. You've got fantastic racing all the way through the fleet. Place is changing all the time, and now the circuit standings, it was all tied up, all locked up, and Sled now, as Gige said, leading the circuit by a single point from Quantum Racing. That finish for Platoon in that race costing them quite dearly. They're now 3 points behind. Phoenix now in 4th on 63, Allegra 68, Brunnesek 72, Provezza 85, Interlodge 96, and Gladiator 113.
You know, the worst thing, Andy, is that still...
Tell me.
5 or 6 boats can still win the season, can still win the regatta. If the conditions stay like this, everybody can be 8, everybody can win a race. So it's still very, very open, and it will be like this until the end. We will see if Maria decides to do 3 races in the next couple of days, if she has the opportunity, knowing that the big front is approaching Palma
for the end of the week,
for Saturday, and we may have up to 30 knots, 35 knots. Someone says 40. this morning. So I'm not sure that that's going to be happening, but probably if that's the case, Maria will try to have three races one of the next few days if she has the conditions.
But in general, do we know what the conditions will be like tomorrow, or more of the same?
I haven't checked really, but I know that they should be more or less the same, rainy and very shifty. It's this time of the year in Palma where the sea breeze, which is the normal breeze, is not longer that normal, because it's a heat. It depends on the heat, and it's not so hot now. So now it's more like the gradient breeze is coming, and we have a lot of fronts coming through the island, so it's going to be very, very unstable, which for us is very interesting watching from here. I'm sure it's very nerve-wracking for the ones on the boats.
But great spectator sport for everybody watching us all around the world. Join us again tomorrow. We can promise you more of the same. Certainly tomorrow, the 52 Super Series comes to a climax over the next 3 or 4 days, and also the ROLEX 52 World Championship. Join us tomorrow. Thank you so much, Guige. Join us tomorrow.
See you guys.